Alrighty. G'day, g'day, wonderful people of the world. Whew. Let's go play yesterday's. We're a bit behind on our... Yoink. We're a bit behind on our... dailies. Go play yesterday's daily. That thing. We'll be living most of our life in a tropical paradise. Which means we don't need to worry about... Normally, to get this, you have to have the planet covered in the correct kind of biomes. But because it's forced, we can have whatever biomes we want. That said, it wants fruit, birds, and coral from memory. And instead we have mineral. That one might be a fruit. No, it's medicinal. So lithium, metal, scaling, global. Coal, legacy plant, this biome. And crab meeting spot, critters, global. Can we go double check that I am correct on remembering what tropical paradise wants? Hey ho, Sergeant Cookie. Reef, fruit, and bird. Okay, so it isn't coral, it's reef, my bad. Reef, fruit, and bird. But that seems unlikely, so we're probably going the normal ending. We've got forest, ocean, desert. He does like fishing. And desert suits his wanting money a lot. So fine, we'll shove down a desert. Plop down our biomes. Done. Something like there. So, we want global metals. Well, iron is an obvious one. But they have to be distinct, so we can't just pave the world in irons and then say, behold, gigalithia. Sagebrush and the redstone. And then honestly, I think we money boost this. Because it's on a booster. That almost does enough. Set up the quartz. And that'll do. So he's a surprisingly sciencey cultist. Now we need someone who's good at grass or ocean. This doesn't really direct you in any specific direction, so we don't really care about that. We've got Ginkgo. And it wants us to legacy a bunch of plants. So if someone was really plant-loving... No, but she is very ocean-loving. Easy enough to shove her down there and do some ocean stuff. Now we want global metals and critters. Pearl isn't metal, but is a critter. And it suits her in terms of that she loves money. And she does have a gem thing. She is pretty good at mysticism, so the eel and the jellyfish is also somewhat acceptable. Remind me, is the Jasper one of the ones that we unlock if we do Desert level 1? Yes. So the Pearl would be somewhat wasted. So we will go the Eel. And that means we want to set up the Eel for maximum value. So, Nemo's home, eel, jellyfish, the other grass. Okay, she's happy. We get our last person, preferably someone that is good at trees in the forest. He's kind of good at trees. He likes science trees rather than food trees, which is kind of the wrong kind of tree, but... Tree, tree, tree. Tree, tree, tree. Poppy's the best tree. We'll try and do a tree focusing you. And then maybe we erase all the trees in the last age. Now that means I want to keep my trees together. This one gives 2 trees, and so is the winner. So, like, pear, apple tree, squirrel, blueberry, rock. Alright. Age done. Do we want to control what age we're doing? I don't think we're too fast. Iron Age in him. He's going to go money rather than science, so yeah. But we could go this way and make this some jungle, maybe. Or we could do the laziest one and just make him rich. Yeah, let's just make him rich. I don't want to make him more sciencey than he already is. So we can finish you off, which was the other seagrass and then eel. The seagrass makes the jellyfish happy, the jellyfish makes the seagrass happy, and then everything makes the eel happy. Everything. Giga eel. $30, $30, $80. So that meets her wealth thing. Does the seagrass get you the rest of the way for food? It might. Yes, yes it does. Fantastic. And that gives her her draft. Her draft gives us the ability to do desert. I was thinking of picking this. But in a sense we should actually pick this one. Because it's another metal. And it's 2 critters. So you... the one that wants to be next to an animal... and the Jerboa? Feel like I should sequester my Jerboa for later. Who's gonna win this fight? Presumably you. No, she's actually slightly stronger at the moment. We could get you to expand here. Yeah, we'll give you the lizard, and we'll just boost one of these. Maybe. Or one of these. But then I want to put the lizard there. Fine, Jerboa. I'm gonna let her steal from you. Maybe. Or we could do barracks. The other one would need waiting a while, and well, it's too late. You're already getting raided, so who cares? No, that can wait. On the other hand, he needs the dev. No, he needs the dev now. So fine. Alright. We could make another person to get him even more money. We've got jungle and snow that we haven't used. We kind of had said that we liked the idea of jungle here. Let's look at what the person is first. Snow suits the inventor hugely. So planet expand here, turn it into snow. And actually, snow is also fairly tree zone. It's at least that tree. Get a second tree. This would be more fitting with the other guy, and we do want to scale metals for our lithium. So that feels like too much snow. We can always dial it back. You go here. Apparently you want Fluffy Bun Bun. Technically you want Stoat. So the extra people makes the pyramid that little bit bigger for you. These two here and then giving him a tree. So give you boring tree here. Actually, it should be there. Alright. We need to spend our bugs. Percent mineral, we don't really have good use for. Harmony bug. You could possibly be harmony. We don't actually have any other booster squares, which is fairly sad. I suppose we can do you. Food you up. But then we're done. So I guess we look at who sucks at what. We say you would like some money. So... But we can't do that. So secondary to that, you would like some science, which we also can't do. Hail, Stephanos. Vamahat Flak? G'day. She does need more pop. And this could be relevant that it's a dark offering. So let's boost the eel. Alright. The people have completed the pyramid. Do do do. Do do do. Do do do. Pyramid age done. Fully successful. Extra turn. We get our bugs back. We get a bit of diversity prosperity based score. Do we continue with merchant age? Make everyone rich, or at least 3 cities to 15. You're basically at 15. You're never going to be at 15. She's already past 15. So it would just be making Snowman rich. Maybe. Castles and knights, cultist with animals. No, that's insane. He's never going to get those herbivores. Or revolution with pirate queen. She's not going to have a good predator based off wealth. We might get her Marlin. But Marlin is a mixed predator. It's food and money, and we'd want just money. So I honestly kind of think merchant age is about the best. This is the strongest, and she's already got it done, so yes. You, we need more culty things. Fair enough. You, we're trying to complete your tree stuff. You say, give me a micro. This was meant to be the other fruit. And then we needed a rock. Get over here. Can I get you another gold? I could put Fluffy Bun Bun and Stoat, and then this would be happy. I'm either supposed to do one big mineral or an animal that I want to turn into a critter, but all of the animals are already critters anyway. We could try and hold out for her to Dark Offering. But the squid isn't a very good one for making the Dark Offering thing better. He's expanded the wrong way. But he could be completed relatively easily. So like Kitty Cat. Then possibly the 2 lizards here. Except no, because that wants to be a plant. So at most one of the lizards here. I guess the I love animal lizards. That helps his cultistness. Says 10 more. 10 more is a big ask. I think just boosting that, it's got a booster under it, and that completes his Give Me a Micro. No, because you were the Give Me a Micro. Well, it still helps you. You need one more science. No, actually not tree. Tin. Tin and then stone. Then you can't complain that you've been ignored. Actually, I kind of want to boost the apple more than that. Go boost the apple, make him happy with his number of micros. Okay, he will now accept his woodcutter. Which might get him up to 10. Good. And he says give me another micro, because I'm a greedy guts for micros. Fine. No, I want to wait for your cultist thing. I'm trying to wait for your cultist thing. So pick one of these two to boost to level 8 wealth. Well, you do need an agate. We can planet expand here. Make a bit more snow. Give you the carrot next to the tree. Although, actually no, we'll wait, because I might need that to be squirrel. In any case, this can definitely be skunk. Iron, skunk. We can finally place the copper. And the zone should be rugged enough that the copper is nice and big, which should get you your next one. I wish we could science boost the copper. He only needs one more science. But I don't think there's anything that I can easily do there. His statue would go a long way. But getting 5 elements... 1, 2... 3, 4... Okay, that's actually doable. So tin... Stone, sandstone. You've become a lot less tree than we would like, friend. I think I needed this to be mountainous. Else I have trouble getting the adjacencies that I want. So now we can boost that. And it's the feldspar. And then we can have like Fluffy Bun Bun and Stoat. And iron. Oh, Fluffy Bun Bun it is. There, you eat the feldspar. And between that and the statue... we get you up to the level 8 we needed here. Now, for getting it to 15... That might be possible just through the applied use of some extra bugs. And he wants extra bugs in him anyway, so Feldspar. Iron. Sandstone. Done. Now it's total dev. So I guess I can't wait for that. Yours has to wait. You could have the fishing now. You need the toolsmith now, sadly. And that gets us across the line. Alright. Final era. Purses filled and pockets lined with wealth, humanity celebrates. Two crevice, turn limit, microcharge. No, we will not be Tropical Paradise, we will be Calming. We get Big Plant as our final booster, which doesn't work well with our mineral. This is a mineral. All three of our level 3 things are minerals. And the one that we can buy isn't mineral boosting either. The bedrock would go happily there. She needs food. Let's draft our ocean and see if we can get a reasonable food enhancing one. The Dark Offering would have been useful before, but it's too late now. You do at least give us 2 critters. So I think I'm okay with that. She can have this and then the advanced animal. We can look at our desert one and say we are most interested in metals. We already have the metal. So failing that, we're interested in critters. Which bird is... Is the lizard that we're currently placing a critter? Yes. So we could do bird thing and then put fennec. Yeah, I actually kind of like that. I don't like that we've already got this lizard. This isn't going to be happy. So yeah, I like the fennec the most out of these. What we're currently trying to do. So that and bird. Boost this. Fennec here because it needs to be adjacent to the two animals. And then the unhappy snake. Fennec is countering out the snake's unhappiness with being next to, well, being in a zone with so many elements, which is kind of nice. He does want science, so I'd prefer giving him the crab meeting spot. We might artificially deepen that. So she can just have the fish. Critter fish. Critter fish. It would be lovely if you would go one more square, but... Critter fish. Predator fish. And then in theory there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more things to place. But only 4 tiles. So we could afford to make the ocean bigger. Which also makes the marlin happier. We even got this on a good booster for it, which is lovely. Let's make you happy with your ocean critter thing. I don't think we're going to be able to give you a giant tree. None of these give metals. This does give tree. You're probably the better one, because you give a metal and a tree. I guess we're going to live without your bonus. Yeah. Zinc go. Make all those trees bigger. He is being a jerk. Club hook squid, and maybe that tempts him to come over here. Almost. There we go. It's not a happy tree, but it will have to do. It also splits raiding forces. Sorry? I am intrigued, Hi-Fi Panda. Can you explain more? Crab meeting spot. That is big science. Which should at least make him happy in terms of finishing this. Yes. Now he needs one more micro. Making you count as a critter for the sake of making the crab spot better seems okay. I used Planet Expand on the ocean and it split raiding forces in half. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. There are two enemies going pew pew, pew pew, pew pew, and then you make the ground between them bigger and they just pew pew, pew pew across the giant distance. I guess you're getting Butterfly Garden. Which isn't going to do much for your actual science. It's only like 6 levels. Next tiger, and we will accept... If only you were an element... Oh, sorry, a metal. So we either care about science or military for you at the moment? The dog is military. The bird is science. I guess we're giving up and giving you the carrot. And I think it has to be this one or this one. This one seems easier. Boost that. One, two, three, four. So it's only going to be getting the partial bonus. You. Make this count as snow. It's a fairly reasonable gypsum. And now we need to do our big things over here. So, do you deserve the lithium? Not really. But you're going to get given the lithium anyway. You can have your alchemist hut. Hey, AFK. Yeah, starting off with some Reus. G'day, g'day, welcome, welcome. Boost. What is his final one? His final one is usually the power plant. But he does have another one. Hardware store, apothecary, and furniture. No, it's none of them. None of them. So it will be power plant for you. He wants just barely a littlest bit more. She wants just barely the littlest bit more. Boosting this would somewhat work. Animal food boost you. That gets her over this line, which gives us our next draft and free booster. Lighthouse for 10 looks like the winner. Unless the metal is... This is military. So she can copy that. And I do have these extra planet expands that we got for doing Merchant Age. So we'll split that up. Boost. We're even going to be so generous as to pay her to eat this. So that I can see if there's a booster. Okay, no, that was just wasted money, but oh well. And then you get Giga Lithium. And then you copy that lithium with your military base. Which is more effective than if we gave her the lighthouse mix of these two. We can percent mineral the lithium. For an extra 400 science, an extra 400 and something food. Which gets her above her next personal breakpoint. So now all predators gain 25 gold, 10 mysticism. Which pushes him over his next breakpoint. But now he's grumpy that he's not as big as her. He's never going to be bigger than her, so he's screwed. Yeah, he's just screwed. Burn draft, burn draft. I don't know why he isn't realizing that he should be triggering his next one. So we've used the crab. We've used the metal. The other level 3 was the other mineral, coal. But we don't have any legacy plants. And I don't want to make legacy plants because it will erase his bugs. Let's look at who our last person is. Stargazer? You still need to get the newest DLC, the Grasslands one, that adds Stargazer Lady. The lithium was good. I can't see the coal being good. We could get a second crab thing. But both of these people already have pretty high science. I don't know why you aren't triggering. Technically, I could split this in half. They know this is a different planet. The Stargazer is thinking forwards, hoping to look back to their home planet with awe. So they want to get into space, is what I take from this. Maybe you understand that in a different way than me. I kind of don't mind expanding here and putting down Ranger Lady. Maybe making this jungle an ocean. The only thing is I'm worried that even though I artificially deepened that, if I put land next to it, it will erase it, which I'm not sure about. So let's come planet expand here. Bring the other giants as well. That looks like it's worked. It might need to be one more tile of ocean. Because I need another deep tile if I'm going to give her the other crab meeting spot. Or we can do Stargazer. Can I get a second lithium to happen reasonably? $14. So no, that's going to be really hard. 3 from the snake. 4, 5 from maybe Fennec. 3 from the snake. 4, 5 from the sagebush, 6 from another sagebush. If I use your blessing, $12. No, we're gonna at least need one more tile of that if we were trying to get second lithium. We are so few actions left that there's no reason not to just make everything a booster. My mind says make that the second crab. So we will buy a ability to make this artificially deep. Give you the squiddly. You could be next to 2 animals if I put you there, and then the animal that we haven't placed here. So a happy basalt. That then lets us have second crab thing. Which goes a real long way for you. Obviously the toolsmith. You finally realized you can have your power plant. Which is going to give you a fair few wealth levels, honestly. 9 goes to 20. He would like the potash. Maybe eventually, but there are more important things to do over here. You're busy whinging about, wow, I don't have a more wealth than the other person. 9 is your conversion rate, so 60% of a, no, 20% of 100 is 20, let's say. 20 times 9, 180. Yeah, that might get bigger than the other one. Still better than not giving you some more stuff. Alright. So second Crabbler. This the Fennec Fox. No! Fennec Fox costs some, so snack. The double crappy plant. Bless the crappy plant. Because it gives it a huge boost to biodiversity. Which then gives us enough for the second lithium. That makes your statue happy, the lithium. Gets your next thing, which... Oh my god, that's a crappy military base. Why are you so much worse than the other one? I suppose the other one has been % modified. Ah, this doesn't have enough militaries here. Okay. So do we try and dig under this? I think drafting another thing is probably better. This is at least military. Now your military base isn't a joke. Can have another iron. And I guess we give you the rock that wants... a plant, even though it doesn't have a plant, just because it boosts the lithium more. We % boost our other lithium. 1200 becomes 14. That does get you another invention. And you're getting close to your next tag, but we don't have many advanceds. Yeah, distinct military in this biome was why it wasn't as big. Now it's about as big. What was your number? It was like 700 and something? 703. So I'm not exactly far away from that, but I'm not hugely above it. I do have the ability to buy a whole lot of bugs, and we could food boost some stuff, potentially, like the marlin. I don't have any good plants to spend the ladybug on. I think buying the food booster is the most reasonable thing. There's also just shoving tons of crappy little ones down in this guy for his butterfly effect. The coal was useless. The coal was not any use. We do have a draft, but all it does is get us tantalizingly close to another. We could draft for another grass forest thing. That would make the most sense of all of them. What would I even want? The phosphorus? No, we don't have hundreds of plants here. We've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plants. We don't have tons of harmony. We don't have that many global fruit. We don't have that many global trees. We don't have that many harmony. We don't have that many fruit. We don't have that many sets of herbivore and predator. We don't have a single big tree. We don't have sets of everything. No, they're all garbage. We definitely don't want that. Are any of these doable? I could generate a whole bunch more here by blessing there. No, I can't. We have nowhere near that wealth. I could generate 2 turns. So conceivably we could maybe try and get plutonium? Uranium? Which would probably get him that. 1, 2, 3, 4. It would need to be 2 tiles away. 5, 6, but then you're not 2 tiles away from this, so it would only be here. We boost that. Do I try digging for that? I think yes. So this, draft, cry. I want the uranium. You are slightly tempting, but no. There's the uranium. I think this is a situation where it is worth paying you, potentially. Can I even get the minimum amount to play it, though? No. Not without even more turns. The next turn is hideously eye-wateringly expensive. Can I erase some things? That only saves me net 1. That gets me net 2. Which is 3. Which is 8. No. If I could bless this, then yes. But the blessing is way too expensive. So no. I can at least give you the lignite, so that your power plant is happier. So 3717. Becomes 4519. So almost 10 science levels. The talc isn't terrible. Buy our extra bugs. We're giving up on the food thing, I think. We're just going to do lots of other bugs. This deserves percenting. I want to get him over his 50. The 25 from that makes me clear above Jingo. And honestly, just the percent from that might do it. Need one more. The talc is the best. Done. Really? Down to the last stuff. Okay. That makes you happy, and then we shove lots of garbage in you because we get extra value because of the butterfly thing. What's your lowest thing? Your lowest thing is money. So money. 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 So each one is now giving, like, most of a gold level and most of a science level, even though the science levels are very expensive. I mean, obviously we should percent the crab. $800 goes to 1,000. Enough to buy one more set. Do we percent Mr. Crab again? What about the other crab? No, your levels are better off than the other crab. What about either of the lithiums? $45 for her. $70 for you. $90 for you. But your lithium has already been done. So I think his is still the best. So, more beetle for you. And then money that, because it's got 2 multipliers on it. Okay, done. There is nothing more useful to do. We may declare, once we've looked at... What do we want to look at? Of all these things, I probably would have most liked another desert thing. Yeah, Falcon... Oh, okay. Falcon would have been good. We have made enough critters to make the crab thing big, so the falcon would be good. Should have done that earlier, but oh well. Done. Sometimes it's not the destination, but the journey that counts. The destination is just popping our nose in front of Jingo at the end. By no means a dominating victory. Final score, just shy of 800. Alright. I wonder what won. Would it be our crabs and lithium? Oh no, it's the crabs and lithium. Whoever could have guessed? And in fact, they're almost exactly even. 2,800, 2,800, and the marlin. Oh well. How goes the day, Pro Grumbler? The day goes nicely. We've just barely won our daily competition with Jingo, and now we get to check out a, potentially a new Caesar map. So... we change our category, we move that over here, we move this over here. Change our scene. Not where in the world is Carmen Sandiego, so that they can steal the Pagoda Mosque again. Oh, no, that's correct. Good. Alright. Okay. That said, give me a minute to go refresh my drink, and we'll have a look at this. Yeah! Alright. Drink got. Doggo padded. Cheers all. Lose the BRB. Let's have a look at this. Hello and welcome to the Bob Plays, a custom map here in Caesar 3 between a rock and a wet place. G'day, Strezzo. Made by Mr. Panda. Ave, Governor. His benevolence, Caesar, is currently not available to take care of matters for you. Therefore, usually cordial pro grumbler. Orange, lemon, green, lime, apple, not fussy. Therefore, I will see to your next assignment. It looks like you've found yourself quite the cozy home on your last assignment. You will stay in the region and take care of more of the local upstarts. You will erect a new city in this savage region. You can get Rome's finest barbarian-speaking diplomats to try and tame the local savages. They might be useful to us. I, for one, would not trust them one bit. That's up to you. I'm pretty sure if you impress Caesar, the Senate, and the Senate again, surely you'll be able to move on to warmer climates. Tips: this is a save file map. Their invasions only between the 7 and 10 o'clock positions. So invasions only come from here. So this side of the map is supposedly safe. Make sure to open the route to Rome at the beginning. So it looks like currently there are trees and a river in the way of the entrance to exit. No revolt, but a small earthquake. There are natives here, but they have some crouching tiger, not quite so hidden doggos guarding them. There's also another hidden doggo guarding this area. Well, not so hidden. And not so hidden doggos here. I wouldn't put past it based on the previous map that there are more hidden doggos in the forests. Let's do the obvious thing and at least trim the road to Rome into existence. Let's look at the trade map. There is overseas trade with London. They would buy fruit, oil, and weapons. Is there space for a dock? Possibly there. There. So the north area looks like it has multiple dock spaces, and that also has space. Alright. What goods can we produce? Wheat and vegetables, 2 whole food types, although it's northern wheat. It is at least still some wheat. We can do clay, marble, and iron, but not... For all the wood that we have here, we aren't allowed to chop any down, apparently. What will we be doing for clay, then? Lutetia will sell vines or wine. Lugdunum will sell more wine and iron. Oh, good lord. I'm sorry? Okay. This does sell timber. I was about to say we can't do furniture. What the heck? But we can do furniture, we just have to import the timber. This place will buy pottery and weapons. So we could be a weapons import-export business. This guy sells iron. This guy buys weapons. Weapons have a pretty sizable sale value and good markup. Well, reasonable markup. Not as good as furniture or timber. Actually, is that true? Okay, no, it's actually slightly better. So I think weapons are the obvious one. Turn our taxes off. Yeah. No. The save starts with wages turned to 1,000,000%. I'm not falling for that game. They changed festival time? That would be so cheeky. If you didn't go and check that, you would lose so much money. That was delightfully devious. I don't think the trade boat can get from one side to another because of this little choke and this little choke, so I should be safe making this a bridge. The only reason not to is if I wanted to use this as the dock point. Rather than that one. And actually, if I do that, I can't anyway, because the ship bridge, there's no ship bridge location. The river is too wide. Or not, sorry, not wide enough. So, low bridge go. Check that this will now connect side to side, yes. I feel like that is some hidden doggos. But maybe I'm seeing things. Let's turn the speed right down and let some doggos move around and see if we can spot any others. No. Can we do fishing? We cannot do fishing. We do have plaza. Ugh! We only have large temple. We can at least make our own marble. Only large temple is hideous. Where even do you intend for me to mine the marble, map maker? There might be some spots there. No, I think this is a map where we need to do this. Reload the map, having found out where we're allowed to do the mining. Okay, there's a spot there. And that's it? There were not any hidden doggos. The top of the hill? Maybe. Yeah, okay, you can chain your way through to the top of the hill. But there is also that little spot here. where you can get 1. Spitefully after yesterday, where I mined the entrance and exit, he's put puddles of water around the entrance and exit spot, so I can't mine the road to Rome. Oh, technically I could do that one, but then everything blows up. No, the little native thing over here doesn't have any. Okay, we undo that now that we know where it wants us to go. So it wants us to go up here. And we really do have to do it quickly because otherwise the gods will all smite us to death. Are there any other limits? We have theatre, amphitheatre, coliseum, hippodrome, gladiator, lion, actor, chariot. So it looks like we've got everything. Do we have... We don't have academy. So, where's my spreadsheet? That means that we are artificially limited to... No academy means we can only have medium villa. We've got a population of 6k that we need. We do have two food types, so let's assume everything else is approximately Grand Insulet. Say 50 of those. And then... everything else can be medium villa, but not higher because of no academy. So let's say 14 of those. Okay, we don't actually need that many. 10? 10. 10 and 50, but that means that we need more like 60, 70. That's... So we need something like 70 Grand Insulet and 10 medium villa. And then how will we deal with this? My instinct is to box in the doggos. It's clearly not intended, but how else would you get early marble? Nowhere else sells marble. You could be intended to GG. Yeah, don't stress, Jingo. I don't think you're over there pouting. I'm not going to say GG. Jingo's good sport. Yeah, we could be intended to stay on, like, the under 300 population sort of thing until we've mined enough to do one temple of each. But no. We do have towers this time. I'm inclined to say we'll take the slightly less cheesy box off the dogs this way rather than trap them in a little zoo. And immediately try and do some of this mining. So dig a path through to here. And we probably should clear most of this area. Some more for yourself. So we can get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We can get about 7 up there. That's going to be a bit of a hell for the market donkeys. They have to go... They have to come from the entrance. They're going to need to walk all the way through here, pick up the marble, and then all the way back out. But c'est la vie. That's the path that must be taken. I think we clear away this. This looks like it's where the food is, and then you need to bring it over to here. Getting a warehouse? You don't really want to be getting warehouse for things that you're selling. For the most part. There is actually some ability to do some food on this side. And I probably need to use most of the food, because it doesn't look like there are any other food spots over here. I actually kind of think a linear thing would work there. And then this will probably be the patricians eventually. So Grand Insulay in a big long line. Possibly even a U shape there. But 70 is so many of them. And we were told that this could be an attack point, that it was between 7 and 10 o'clock, which could be here and here. Putting me there when we need this food very possibly is a bit rude. And makes me want to start over here. Something like that. Now, where is our first work going to be? I said that I liked the idea of import-export, but I also need to get going on this straight away. So let's double check that our chopping a path has done what I want. So that can definitely get to there. That can definitely get to there. Something like that. Surely one of you merge. Alright. Unpause, let some of those move in. Ah! No, there are dogs there! Well, I didn't want to be cheesy about it, but I think I'm going to have to box these dogs in. That spreadsheet is your kind of thing. Okay, doggos. I'm sorry, but... you are getting boxed in. We create the wolf reserve. Distant battle. Alright. We do need a doctor. The doctor means we need an engineer here. That did merge, so we don't need you. You accept marble. Change that road, and then that is perfect. Okay. Next. The other thing is, because it's large temples, I really don't want to pull them down and put them back up. Like, you want to place them once and be done. But I don't think that's reasonable. I think I will have to bite the bullet and accept that I create a god ghetto. Like over here. For our starting god ghetto needs. We're about to run out of money. I think I want my armies to be, like, here. I'd like this, then, to be maybe our import-export. This could also be our import-export to start with, until we need the food. Yeah, until we need the food. There's our debt. We get the most miserly of temporary money payouts. Open this trade route. Allow them to export that. Yeah, I know, I'm hideously in debt. I understand. I need 2 more. And we need to set up this. I'm just going to put it there. Except that we're moving it later. And that means that we say we open the other 2 things. We allow this to be imported. We allow you to be exported. Barracks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is gonna hurt. We need a fort, at least 1. We don't want it to piss off the natives. Something like there. Even that threatens to bankrupt me. You reached 500 citizens. Money is about critically bad. I need 6 on hand to make the last. Temples. Meanwhile, the gods are getting really, really grumpy. Mars, here, I'll hold you a festival, so don't get too pissed off in the meantime. Venus curses us, but we have doctors, so that doesn't matter. We must appease Mars. We've done Ceres, Neptune, Mercury, Mars. We finally do Venus. Gods appeased. Okay, now we may sell every scrap of marble. I would love a military academy, but we're critically out of money now. I'm not allowed to build or delete anything. Selling the weapons helped a little bit. Okay, we've about halved our debt. We can go kill off the doggos and stop being cheesy. Caesar gives us the I hate you've stayed in debt for a whole year par. Let you recover your last guy and some morale before we kill the other doggos. Alright, we will do these doggos next. They won't buy as many weapons. How much less weapons? Weapons exports have been turned off. It's not been a year, game. Like, it's been a year and a half. Nah, that's kinda rude. No more importing this. I can still sell them overseas. So that forces me to open the overseas trade route. There. We slay the doggos, you need to go recharge. This now needs a second one of those here, ideally. Which is where the weapons actually go. You no longer accept the weapons. Well, no, yeah, you can be like that. We open the overseas trade route. And we continue to export them that way. This is going to be a horrendous distance for these. Did you just turn off our ability to buy iron from the global market? Possibly. It doesn't tell you how much. We might not be able to buy iron anymore. We need slightly more people. But Caesar is about to get apoplectically angry. Okay, the fact that we can still sell it overseas means it is worth importing it. The iron. I haven't actually seen a... Okay, there we go. Another sea trade thing. Favor absolutely tanks, because we're still in debt. It is the new year though, so these guys are about to buy a whole lot of marble. Num 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 num. Num 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 num. Alright, and we dig ourselves out of debt. They would also buy oil and fruit. We can't make oil directly. In fact, we can't make oil at all? I don't see that we can make oil at all. Yeah, no, the map is pointless. You can't... There's no source of oil. Maybe one of these changes to trading oil eventually? But I don't want to play through the whole map if we don't know that. So... Because it's entirely possible he's made an error. So let's label this stream 1. We will... try and check that this isn't bugged. Wow, isn't a flawedly made map. Shortcuts, Julius, open location, Caesar 3, paste. Then we go look at between a rock and a wet place, and we see if they add the ability to trade. Oh, I don't have the thing anymore on the new install. Well, I guess we can do this. Do. Well, there was another one? Did I miss one? I could have missed one. Was it just a case of I'm missing one? Okay. Yes, I'm missing one. Okay, thank you, Programmer. Narbo is here. I was only seeing these four. There is one way down here. And it does sell olives, so that's okay. Alright. Old man blind is the answer. Alright. But it costs a hideous amount of money to open up. And how much would you even buy? $25. Yeah, that's enough to be worth doing. Hail, Amel. So... we need more people to run the new... about to exist oil presses. We buy access to Narbo that I did not see because I'm blind. We allow the import of you, and we allow the export of you. You are allowed to hold oil. You are allowed to hold olives. And then we need some workshops. Six. We're in debt again, which is true. Couple more people there, and then we've got basically exactly the right amount to run both import-exports. Although this might now oversupply weapons. Let's see. It's certainly oversupply. We certainly oversupply the marble. We certainly oversupply the marble, he says. By the way, that city no longer buys marble. Wait, what? That's not Narbo. Oh, Narbo is no longer willing to sell me marble. Who cares? I make marble for selling. Okay, so that's not actually bad. That's fine. That is a nothing. That doesn't affect us in any way. Caesar says, please send me some marble, and we have tons on hand to send him some. Time to find out if one army is enough for this first attack. I would judge no. We're going to have to do the rolling retreat. That's way too many. Mars does lend us a hand, which at least erases those. Without Mars there, we would be totally screwed. No, 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 you're not allowed to delete things on your way out. Ow. Nah, I think that's... Oh. GG. No, Caesar isn't... This is stupidly big for a first attack. That's what, 2 years into the game? Okay, it hits at the start of the 3rd year. But that needs at least 2 armies. You know what? We're just gonna ignore that. It can exist here and we're just gonna ignore it. Yes, it will stop us getting more immigrants, but we can ignore it for a good year and a bit while we build up a second army. So, import you, yes. Export you, yes. Warehouse. Yes, we're in debt again, I understand. As long as there isn't a second one approaching, and there isn't. But that also relies on you not having expanded into this area. No, you do not accept weapons. Only olives. Yep, so the attack comes and we just ignore them and leave them trapped in their little corner. Did I click on import olives? It was a bit quick. Yes. Olives, import, oil, export. I screwed up the oil to start with, but then I fixed it. Mars blows up some of them. At least what we're exporting are high value, so we don't need massive volumes. Caesar says thank you for the marble. We send him a bribe. A big bribe. Are we allowed a salary? It's unclear. So we will do the cheesy thing of 2 months of high salary and then turn it off again. Okay, we've dug ourselves out of debt. The wolves are in Everything Hates You, Pro Grumbler. Enemies will all conspire against you. If there are multiple different types of invasion, if there are animals, all of them work together to destroy Rome. We start having one real set of legionaries. Which means you are allowed weapons now. Yeah, it would be lovely if the wolves would attack the natives. The enemy of the enemy is my friend. The oil digs us out of debt. Please send me 15 weapons immediately. Well, we did discover this other mineable point. We could make a tiny amount of extra weapons based off of this. Also, we don't need this many of these. I think we mark them as storable for the moment. Don't sell. Don't forget our salary. Did I? I did, thank you. Give the money back to the city. There. I think we do need to set up this other one. It won't be much, but it's better than nothing. Maybe even 2 here, rather than oversupplying the marble so much. Yeah, I think the next time that these produce, we'll convert them over to marble, or to iron, sorry. Where do I fit the second warehouse? Technically, you can go there. And then where do I fit you? There? That just works. Assuming that this guy still walks all the way down to the bottom. And then we need slightly more people. But honestly, you And you are probably not needed anymore now that its import iron is so limited. Wait for that to produce its next one. Done. You also become weapons. There is another attack. Well, if we've ignored one, we can ignore two. Why not? We could also set up clay pit stuff. We are almost done with what we need for Caesar. Depends on where the second attack comes from. If it comes from here and is bigger than the first one, we might be in a little bit of trouble. There's ability to do a lot more import-export. We can do furniture and pottery. Furniture, buy wood, buy timber, sell furniture, pottery, make clay ourselves, sell pottery. Once we've cleared up these invasions and have the ability to bring more people in. We've actually got a really long time to fulfill Caesar's request. Let's say that we're allowed to finish building this army with the ones we have on hand. I'm having trouble with the imagining that we actually bought that iron already. Yet it's still telling me that we have... Okay, there we go. It's finally reset. So come on, donkeys. Sell me the iron. Let's get the weapons going again. That does mean I don't mind you fetching weapons now, because it's going to be fetching weapons from over there. We kind of need to turn the... Well, we'll see. Once of these eat the New Year's, that... We could turn some of them over to clay. The save game button could... No, we're fine. We don't need another save. We do need to pay as much as Rome. We can turn you off for a while. But that means we really want to set up clay. most like to set up clay like... Well, honestly, here. So that it's near the donkeys. Or like there. Yeah, there is probably the more reasonable one for the moment. Especially given that that space isn't good for farming. To begin with. Give something for the now unemployed marble miners to do. Get that army finished. And then we clear out these. Then we get more people, and we set up import-export pottery, import-export... Oh, sorry, export-only pottery, import-export furniture. Actually gonna have the pottery off and save up the clay for a bit. We just don't have the workforce. This looks like it can go down by 1, that the import-export iron isn't enough to run the whole year's weapons workshops. Yeah. Actually, maybe it is. Maybe I'm underestimating that. We do have Caesar's weapons ready, but I don't want to do it until these ones are inside you. Now I wouldn't mind. Need to wait for one more. Another distant battle. Sure thing. There we go. Caesar's weapons needs met. And we're good to fight these people. Okay, you. Open a path. Second attack. I know you've just fought a hard oh my god. A hard battle, but turn around. We need you to do it again. Rome pays more wages, sure. Change angle, form up. Change angle, form up. Get behind the legionaries. You don't remember playing like this back at the time. Okay, we have repelled them. The Legion is a third dead, or actually more like a half. The 2 javelins did survive. They need to go clear up these doggos, because otherwise the doggos will become a problem. Okay. Whew! And we've discovered that, yes, this can't run a full year's worth of things, so dial it back one. Do we have farm? No, we haven't. Eventually we will have farms. For the moment, farms don't do anything useful. They would only increase population density of this, which you can do instead by just having more shitty people that live in tents. Is our current solution to that. Speaking of, we need even more people living in unhappy tents for the sake of starting import-export timber and more export pottery, so... Temporary workers. Hope. We're also getting to the point of enough population that we're going to need to expand our god ghetto. When you have nothing else to do, you can also help fetch weapons across. Enough new people that we can turn on that pottery again. Yeah. Employees needed. And Rome's wages went up again. Turn back on the marble. Assess how many more of these we need. 816. How much pottery is purchasable by these people? That's the correct amount of pottery. Shitty people and high-quality people, Caesar says loud. Hail Nahadoi. Okay, wood import-export. You sell that. How much furniture will places buy? 25. Trump did his pay-to-win 13 VIP users the same way? That's lost on me. I'm sorry, Nahadoi. Zoop. We clear off the rest of this. We look where their farms will actually fit. So farms won't fit along this final border. So that can be furniture. And hello, Nahadoi. Surely one of those merge. So, timber yes, furniture yes. Wait to see which ones merge. Mark the timber as importable. make sure nowhere else thinks that they're allowed timber. No, it appears correct. Well, there we go. The sale of... Yeah. Import-export iron dyes. We can only do locally produced iron now. So, weapons sales are going to have to basically stop. These ones can continue, and we could set up the one more here that we noted could exist. Am I really desperate enough for one more? Yes. Unfortunately, I am. But we'll do the furniture first. We've reached 1,000 citizens, which also means the gods are going to start getting pissed. There's no point in you accepting iron anymore. Because nowhere will sell it. We did get a merger. You can have your engineer, and then we want... Furniture, 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 furniture. Actually, that one's probably a bit too much. That should work. We set up this one because we are that desperate. At least in the short term. Done. The sale price of remaining weapons goes down. And we need the second set of these. We should also, now that the army has had a break, clear out these doggos and gain access to selling things to the natives. Secondary legionary. Open up the way to these doggos. Caesar says send me some marble. Luckily we have... actually not quite enough spare. Soon TM. Okay, that's the last of the doggos taken care of. Second set of temples. The god ghetto groweth. But now we're definitely... No! Ay. You now need to fetch that from across there. That makes that hideously inefficient. Ugh. Send Caesar a bribe. These can die now that there's no ability to have iron here. Okay. Hopefully you go grab that. I don't know if you'll only go grab 3. Looks like the answer is yes. We'll see once you've exhausted your supply of lumber here. So, pottery import-export setup. Furniture import... Well, sorry. Pottery export setup. Furniture import-export setup. You need to wait for 16 now. Export allow, export allow. You no longer accept clay. We can have 1 more of you to use up what we've stored. Really is terrible that 3 of that timber is there. There we go. Money, 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 money. Money, 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 money. Alright. We really should think about actually giving people some real food and real houses. Which means this now only sells over 16. Same with you. Do we want an army here ready for these guys? Probably yes. I think probably yes. So let's do 1 more of each. Not profitable enough to export clay? Not really. Does someone actually buy raw clay? You don't buy clay. You don't buy clay. You don't buy clay. You do buy clay. We could set up clay with more people. We do have enough workers to do that. But clay is such a low value good. You barely make more than you're paying the workers to dig up the clay. Yeah, I'd rather just not, is the answer. How do you have 8 iron? Well, I guess we can have 1 more workshop here for a little bit. Caesar is a bit grumpy. Because we went into debt again, we have enough marble to give Caesar his demand, which then means we only need to store 10? 10. Allow the spare weapons to be exported now, so the boat will come in and fix our lack of money. Come on, boat. Arrive. Arrive and buy my weapons. There we go. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Now they're trying to go yoink those as well. Caesar says thank you for the marble. The attack is almost here. We are starting to form up the last two armies. You need to be told to stop fetching, because you aren't delivering the iron to this. Which is what I actually want you to do. Okay, now you may go back to fetching. That's got a good 2 years worth of iron to work through, and then it can die. I think one more year of earning money and then we think about making food people. But actually, is that... like, we're perilously low on time now. Yeah, I think we're going to run out of time here. Oh, we'll see. I don't want to do the math for that. Alright. This year we start looking at making real people. Something like there. There. Then they will need water. That seems fine. As for you, can get one there and one there. But then how do we actually get the food out? We get the food out by changing this. Don't really want that. I'd be happier with that. Alright, that should be enough food. But to run that food while we're getting these leveled up, we need to disable something. The most sensible thing to disable would be the furniture. And then we need even more, so the pottery. And while the pottery is disabled, there's no reason not to disable the clay. And then we need to start giving these food, water, sorry. There. Where do you actually get your water from is a new question. That's blocked off, so we can't use that as the water source. I might be able to use this puddle. No. Not at all. Then you can have your trees back. I'm just going to be lazy and put it right on the outside. That's kind of too neat, so we'll do that. Earthquake time. Oh joy! Well, that, and that can die. Some of this can live. Just not all of it. Get screwed. And that saved up marble has actually lived through the explosion, which is nice. It does mean that we no longer want to export marble, though. And this should probably change from weapon to be our one source of marble. Yeah, we no longer export it. Okay. Plaza go. Plaza go. Water go. We can move you to the middle of here. And that stupid little stub doesn't need to exist. And then last water. Alright. They now need... what? They now need... marketplace. I live in hope that that one will work. It might not go where I want it. They will then need a god. There looks most reasonable. Obviously, these guys should worship Ceres. Yeah. Then they will need some education. See how far those school children get. Oh my god, that's perfect. Well done, school children. That's only like half as many high-level houses as we calculated I need. No, that's only like a third as many high-level houses as I calculated we needed. This space has suddenly become something we actually probably need to use. Okay, as long as we give you a worker like there. An engineer post there. Let's assume the water is going to come from there to like over here. Those fit really well there. Something like that looks reasonable. As long as you have some worker like there, then that should work for providing all this entertainment. Whoop, 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 whoop. They start evolving. How have you lost? Oh. Yeah, that's on me. We rebuild our dock because I'm an idiot. Okay, we can start turning these back on. Clay on. Pottery on. You aren't needed. They all gloriously are evolving. Now they're complaining about entertainment. But that's fine. The gladiators and lions are starting to walk from here, around, up, left, down, past there, and over to here. Good. Oof. Enough people that we can turn on the furniture again. And you claim that the religion isn't getting to you. Because they're walking around like that. Well, we could put another religion over here. Kind of like there. Looks like this house isn't going to ever get serviced, so we'll turn it into a service. It can become the tax man. We can actually supplement our money with some low-level taxes. We can have about 28 pairs of houses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. So that's basically the correct amount of food for that. It's only slightly in excess. This gets very wiggly. I should change this to be more along the back wall. Yeah, something like that. And now that needs to connect to you. I'd be happier with it going like that in one way, but in another way I'd be happier with it going like that. Let's hope that that one plus that one is enough to supply the labor. Okay, hail Sunaj. This now needs a... You need one of each of this, this, and this. We also now need to not export all the oil. You can become another marketplace for that. Something like that seems okay. Blow up most of this. I didn't think that would be quite that many people. But there's still a lot of space for people here. That many people might move in. Yeah. Now the new question is you getting to here. Is it too far away? No, that works. We don't need 3 of these anymore. And you need to become an iron. Okay. Oof. Second food type, yes. They should have enough entertainment. They're starting to have pottery. There's no way I have time for this now. Barely got, like, 15 years. And we need a lot more prosperity. Well, maybe just barely. It's very tight if it is at all. Bathhouse time, they say? You are a prime candidate for the bathhouse. Bathhouse lady went the wrong way. I want them to go this way. See if second of their loops goes the direction we want. So please go that way. Nope, second one also goes the wrong way. We wait for all four. Caesar says I want wine. Screw him, he's not getting wine. Not importing massive amounts of wine for him. Third one goes the wrong way south. But a way that would be useful for setting this up as more housing. Although not quite all of it, frustratingly. Please go that way. There we go. Whoop, 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 whoop. Alright. Next. Library, you say? You die and become library. Then they're going to complain about no barber. Yep. And then we need to start deleting the ones that haven't merged correctly. Lee? You think the world is ugly? I'm willing to rearrange your roads to make the world a bit of a prettier place for you. Good. This can now accept oil. You do fetch weapons. You fetch all three of these things. One of these should probably become another market, if we're being real. I think we up this number to more like 32 again, so that we are sure that we have supplies of everything for keeping the houses at a high level. You think the world is ugly. Some mountainside gardens might help you slightly. Yes. You think the world is ugly. Some normal gardens would help you. But apparently not enough. You can have a statue then. Good. Yeah, we're even starting to get large insulae. They would like me to get rid of one more thing. I could move you over there. This one expanded the wrong way, frustratingly. Whatever, we just make another. These ones we can fix with a statue here. Yeah, that fixes a lot of them. You need a little bit more plaza. Beautiful. You would like another statue? Second food type, but second food type should become less of an issue because now they're eating the two foods. You need to be told not to accept wheat. Is this pandas? Yes, AFK. This could be a... I thought it could be a bigger statue. Apparently I'm wrong. Yeah, I'm just wrong. Fair enough. Doesn't reach down here well enough. This, however, could move there. You can have one more statue. If you move there, that could conceivably be some pretty. Not quite enough. We could move the granary over one. But I think we just have to do... Actually, we could move the granary over two. Two is not much more helpful. Go back. Wait, what? What? You can no longer make your oil. You must pay for your oil directly now. Well, olives, we're not trading. Fantastic. Work through what olives they have in them. All the more reason to not export any of it. Actually, that can stay off for a while. Yeah, it's as good as that's getting. You say yes once you've got second food. I think we stop selling the weapons as well. Where can I move you where you can still be useful? We'd like it to be near this, so we'd like it to be like here. It's not like that space is going to do anything else for us. So you now live... I can't tell until we delete you. You now live here. One of you lives here. Something like that. What was the point of having it? How do I like the map so far? It's a little rude how big the first two attacks are and how soon. I only won by ignoring this, charging up an army for an extra year, and then fighting it. Also, turning off the weapons so soon after the start. Maybe... like, it starts at level 40 selling weapons and then drops to, like, 0. Maybe just leave it 15 for a longer period of time. Actually, at that point, there's kind of something to be said for... connecting up this road. And then no longer using this workshop, potentially. Only using that workshop. We still need more of the other kind of food, which once this is empty, we'll be able to do. I want you to go collect all of those, please, so that's empty sooner. Where? This one little hole here, okay. Need to chop them a path in. Okay, all done. Everyone may go home. We need to jack up the taxes. Yeah, I also think the pop is too high for how the space is, really. Especially considering the attacks. Like, you can't really use that space because of the attack points. 6,000 pop in what is effectively just this space is a bit much given the food. We'll see. Like, it might be one that you could do if you pre-planned everything. Otherwise, I don't see this space working. What's all your problems? You shouldn't be devolved. I have no furniture. Ah, because you're trying to deliver to there. When you should be delivering to there. I can fix that one by doing that. And cutting you off here. It won't fix this one, though. Might have to live with a smaller level statue. There. That works. And now those farms can go either direction happily. Speed back up. I'm an idiot. That one doesn't touch a road. And you could actually very happily go there. That could be like that. Yeah. You are wheat. You are veggies. You are wheat. These say the world is ugly. We can give them some plaza. Looks about right. You say the world is ugly and we probably just have to live with it. This is finally empty and may therefore die. Don't love that, but... no, it looks like that is a fine place. You probably do get to live there. Sorry I deleted your home. Alright. There's no need for you to accept that anymore. You can fetch those two. You don't need to fetch weapons ever again. This one can now die. That can go there. Alright. Let's get our water to this. Well, I want this to be fuller of food first, honestly. Oh. I suppose that's because we're saving up a lot of furniture, though. We will need to run a festival to make up for people being unhappy with my tax policies, so we'll get on that. That would fix you. Which we will therefore do. So now only one of them... Oh no, you are also wrong. Two of them aren't the correct level, but almost every other single one is the maximum level. We have tons of spare veggies, but no spare wheat. What's our ratio? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Also, these can die now that there's no ability to import oil. You worked through all your stored up iron. You can go away. It feels like the road there wants to be 1 square higher. Yeah, then we're now an extra farm. Though you might think that's ugly, so let's counteract that with that. That should be enough grain. Most of these are very, very, very full of grain. And this one is now filling up. So I think we can do this. For the moment that, this can be extra housing. We already established that the bath lady reaches here. So like 2 market ladies here. Change that road a little bit. The school probably wants to be there. That looks good for a temple, but I should put the temple at the back. What temple are we up to? Venus. Oof. 1 square off reaching. C'est la vie. Hopefully that can reach here. We'll find out. So you've now got this. You will need a barber doctor. Market, barber doctor. You will probably need your own library. School children library. You've got entertainment. You will need a tax office of your own. I don't trust the other tax office to reach you. And then this can become housing. This being an uneven size is awkward. That actually works suspiciously well there. It's as far away as we're allowed. We could, rather than that, run a hospital here. No! Oh, that's disgusting, Mr. Panda. You have given no academy. Oh, that's really bad. That's bad. That's bad. I thought we could do medium villa. We can't do medium villa because we have no hospitals. Well, how many of the crappier type of villa do we need? That now needs to be more like 16 rather than 10. Blah. No, you can't really do that, Mr. Panda, because now the demographics are going to screw you. Right? Eventually here, the demographics will kill you. So yeah, no. No hospital is not really acceptable. What's happened to the bathhouse lady? You've decided you don't come up this way anymore? Well, you could move one over. You could have a second bath. Done. Yeah, that's... I know, the bath's terrible. You'll have baths in a sec, once this guy realizes he needs to move downwards. Need to have lower taxes for a little bit. The issue with no hospital, Mr. Panda, is the way health works. You don't want to be giving everyone access to doctors, because then everyone's health is too good. If everyone's health is too good, they never die. Eventually, everyone gets... I'm not going to be able to meet that either, reasonably. Where's the demographics thing here? They get too old. Once they get too old, they don't work, and then you no longer have a workforce. You can do cheesy things to reset it, like cut off the water and then put the water back. The houses eject all the people by devolving. Then you put the water back, the houses re-evolve, the people hop back in the house, and by exiting and entering the house, they reset their age. But you really shouldn't have to do that as a player. Go. Now that the baths are back. Give them their plaza. You should only be wheat, friend. And we are going to turn you into stockpile wheat. How much have they asked for? 30? Allow wheat. Allow wheat. Say stockpile do. Allow wheat in you briefly. I do need to give you that, Doctor, because I can't do the hospital idea. Hospitals. Now we have too many people. We will use ye old mission post solution. Can we squeeze you? I don't think we're going to use that corner. Caesar says... You're in debt again. That should fix the unemployment perfectly. Fix the wheat. We no longer need to stockpile. We're allowed to eat it again. We are allowed to have tax again then, and in fact we must. Lee, you say the world is ugly. We say... There, a statue. I'd love one here. Yeah, technically there. Alright. Those have evolved, so we can fill in the spaces on the other sides of them. And then I need to think about how much food we have. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I definitely have a lot more wheat than the other two. But like, 2 of you could change to vegetables. That's probably about right. You think the world is ugly? That isn't strictly needed. That would fix that. No, you still think it's ugly. Have a little bit of a garden. There you go. You can have a garden. You may all have gardens. Beautiful. Almost time for the new festival. You no longer accept spare wheat. Still got saved up oil, although we're starting to run out. We need to create more fake jobs. That was the no workforce one. A distant city is threatened. Last map that we did that, we sent 4 of our 6 armies, and it wasn't enough. Grizzle, grizzle. There's no attack shown on the map. However, this time it's a lot, this time it's not 200. I don't think that would even have been possible on that map. 16 for being a unit, 16 for being a legion is 32. 32 times 6 is 180. Yeah, that would have been impossible. That was literally impossible then. Boo, Mr. Panda. It was not possible to meet that military request if it's 200. We send you. Well, large is nominally 90, but this time they're fully thingamajigged, so like... We'll give you 2 legions. That's 100. We'll give you 1 of the javelins. So that's 100 and something when we don't know how big it is, but is it at least... It's at least 90. Ah, this is now trapped. You need to die. I've accidentally boxed that in. I agree. That was wrong. What we could do is have a house there. As long as we made sure that the world understands that this is garden. But there's nothing to stop that expanding in the wrong way, so we'll just leave it alone. Yeah, leave it alone. Not the whole map was impossible, just meeting that military request was then impossible. Because we definitely earn enough money, and you could just bribe your way back up with happiness, like this. Oh look, I've bribed you. 2 more months of high bribery. We turn our income off again, our personal income. Distant battle. Just after you've sent your army away. We need to send... Festival, we turn taxes down for a month. You also don't accept spare wheat. Very good. Now that house... I'm increasingly tempted to move this road. And maybe flip these, because this could actually be house. We're probably also getting to the point where I need another set of temples. Yeah, we should be getting to the point where I need another set of temples. We've got a little bit more capacity. We have a little bit more slack. Just not a lot more slack. Tax go back up. You think the world is ugly. I guess you're getting your own extra statue. Beautiful. Needs slightly more fake jobs. There's nothing saying these have to be here. We could use the Forbidden Gatehouse. Move one of those up here. Let me use a gatehouse, I refuse. But that would let me put a statue here for making that guy happy. Technically, this one doesn't need to exist here. It could exist somewhere like over here. And we could flip these around. It's made that one happy as well. Cheesing the signpost, but a gatehouse is too much? Yes. A gatehouse indicates an inability to design a well-laid-out city. That you have created the wrong road structure. That you have not mastered the walkers. We need more fake jobs. We finally have a year where we make money. We have 10 years left, so prosperity looks doable. Favor is a bit more of a question, but we can just keep sending Caesar... Oops, I left that high. Keep sending Caesar bribes. The time has come, unfortunately, to turn oil imports back on. I'd kind of love it if I could fit a warehouse that was just for Do you need to be exactly there? Yes. Else those ones don't. Else that could be the only oil one, which would be nice, but... I'm probably just going to have to fiddle the oil on and off, which is tedious, but doable. How many fake people do we have? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We probably have enough to actually set up patricians here. So let's look at giving them their food. We said that we want to make about 16 of them, which is so many. At least they're only 2x2s, so they're a bit smaller than the 3x3 ones. Let's say we go up to maybe 20 of them. We feel extra safe. So that's only 800 people, because they're such a low-density house. Oh, in good news, that means they don't need very much food. That means 3 and 3 is enough to supply them. They will need a worker. Not to explode. Let that start to exist. We should also sort of start marking this out. It would be really nice, Mr. Panda, if this would let you work at least 2. Instead of 1. Yeah, I think we even clear this away now. Potentially. Okay. Now, the nice thing about not needing academy or hospital is that we know that we only need a border of 2 from the edge. 1, 2 to fit in all the services. At least there was 1. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. I think it's allowed to be that big. How many gods do you need? 2 gods. What gods are we up to? Mars and Neptune. Corner house. Oh, I made this one too wide? I made this one too wide. Silly me. Well, back down 1 space. Corner house, corner house, corner house. Okay. Engineer. Doctor. Barber. Wait for that to fill in a bit. We're gonna need to finally do the wine that we've been avoiding. Could I even afford to give Caesar that wine, maybe? $200 times 25. So, like 4,000? 5,000 bucks? No, I'm not willing to give you 5,000 bucks. I'd rather just bribe you with $200 multiple times. One of you is wheat. One of you is veggies. None of those merged, to our horror. Try there and there. Start killing these off and applying services. So... I don't want to blow that up. It's full of my beautiful marble. We could technically teleport the marble around with cheese. You say build a... Let's see if this will work. I think this does work. So we say build a temple. And then we unbuild it. No, it's put it back in the same place. Sometimes, depending on where the warehouses are, you can use that to teleport marble from one warehouse to another. I guess I just have to live with the Colosseum being in the way. Unless I'm willing to blow that up. Colosseum I have to live with being in the way. Amphitheater. You will need baths. Each side will need a school. We will need a library. I am paranoid, so each side can have a tax office. Better too many tax offices than not enough. Market, market, market. We will want a... at least one warehouse for all our goods. We will accept some wine import, not very much. Second market? Sure. 4 is easily going to be enough for this, so I'm actually kind of okay with that extra market. This is going to want plaza. We finally got our merger up here, so you may die and you may die. That can have a well. We need actor, lion, gladiator. And a surprise attack while your units are away. You go get in the way. That might have been from importing oil and wine? Oh my god! Turn off the wine. That was from importing half a warehouse of wine. Okay, done. Yeah, so last map, you send an attack that literally needs all your force and still fails, and then this time, you ask for a similar looking thing where you then attack while they're away. Boo! One more month and it's festival time. I understand I have no dock. Where's my wine, screams Caesar? You're not getting any wine, Caesar, and you better learn to like it. I will, however, send you these Pharaoh burial masks. The briefing says no locals to trust. We kind of do need 2 of these because of the awkwardness of these warehouses. So this one can be those 2, and this one can just be those 2. Go back down to no spare labor. Send me a big shipment of marble. I have exactly the right amount of marble for that, which then means that can finally die. Unfortunately, it means we really need to turn this back on. I guess I'll commit to putting people here. Are we technically money positive this year? Yes, good. Start of the year, we fiddle with our pay rate. Visa says thank you for the marble. We fiddle with our pay rate for 2 months. Now, will we need the other entertainment? Because they're only small villa? That is an upside. I will not need the other kind of entertainment. Just Colosseum and Amphitheatre is enough. Please go collect the pottery. You know what? You also go collect one pottery. Hail, Goka. Welcome, Goka. Welcome, Raiders. More Monster Hunter, I assume? Oh, I didn't actually read that. We saved the city this time. Success. Second food, but there is second food type, so that's not an issue. Yes, onwards to the second area. To enslave more monster children. Just like Pokemon. The market ladies should start fetching the second food. You've unlocked gene splicing, and now it doesn't kill the monster you're taking it from. You don't even have to sacrifice them for the dark gods to, I left my money on for too many months. I give to the city. 300 bucks. Is it time for another festival? Not yet. I screwed up. These are all vegetables. 3 of them are meant to be wheat. What an idiot. You have too much tax. Sure, we'll turn off tax for a little bit. Tax go bye-bye for 2 months. The sacrifice to the Dark Gods is sending 4 monsters to the wilderness to improve the local ecosystem. Come on, I really need you to go get more oil, friend. The heck? No! Oil! God damn it. This one doesn't need more oil at the moment. Actually, maybe we make that one the only oil one, for the sake of ease. And then you can be pottery and furniture. You can be pottery and furniture. And we just hope that these 2 don't have to go too far when occasionally they want pottery. Okay, second food is starting to legally exist. You claim the world is ugly. I counter with big statue. Yeah, well, these people never moved in. I accept that criticism, but that's because these people never moved in. Tax rate go back up. Now the people move in. Caesar's angry I don't give him his wine, but he's never getting it. Tough luck, Caesar. We can rebuild the collapsed marble. These start evolving. And there is no hospital, so they're never getting better than that. That is literally the limit of how good you can be. I can give you mountain water. You claim the world is ugly. I'm willing to do some wiggling here so that we can fit in a statue. Like that. Well, actually, I'd prefer it to be one square down. Well, would I? No, we'll leave the space here. You can stay where you are. I've changed my mind. In which case, the cut-through road can be there. Next patrician house. You still claim the world is ugly. Give you one more, but that's the limit. 1, 2, 3, 4. You claim the world is ugly because you're next to the Colosseum, which is somewhat fair. Have your own statue. Good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's kind of terrifying how little wheat there is. To double check that math. Yeah, it's only 800 people. Well, that actually does mean I need 4 and 4. So I need to squeeze in one more? Because this is 1, 2, 3. It would be ever so slightly short on food that way. I'm allowed, like, 18. But once they're up and running, I could supplement it by allowing, like, one of these to occasionally import food. Maybe. Let's see if you could become a farm. No. But I think I'm okay with sacrificing 2 of these to you. So we do like that. And now it's definitely enough food. That's enough for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 600, which is more like... I'm not sure about the pop yet. We need this to fill in, and then I need to see how many more people I can squeeze in around here. Even if I have to move this further around and this further around. I might build a wall of towers so that I feel safe moving these. If I move these to a line here, with a wall of towers in case there's an invasion again here so that my temples don't all get exploded, then there might be enough space for the last of the people along this little line here. And the same deal, I need probably some towers here so that I feel safe building there, because we've seen that, like, here slash here can be an attack point. Free up some people. Give you a garden. Give you your own plaza. There you go. And now that there's definitely enough food here, we can just start filling this in square by square. Rome pays more wages, and so must we. We've literally reached maximum wage. We hold another festival. We send Caesar his bribe. We briefly increase our pay. That's long enough that we can turn off our pay again. Wait for these to evolve. Is yours because of ugliness? No, it's because you're waiting for the entertainment to move around. There we go, it finishes its lap. You should now evolve. Now you're waiting for the market lady to give you... Wait, really? You shouldn't be asking for more entertainment. The others are happy, why aren't you? Maybe this guy needs to do his lap. Some of our army was destroyed. The army that was sent to help. You, here, there as well. You, that way, yes, there as well. You, this way, there as well. You didn't rebuild the lion house? Ah, I didn't rebuild the lion house. Thank you. Or more accurately, the gladiators. Go. We do need some more fake workers, but that will disappear once those evolve, so we'll just leave it be for a second. You, there, there, you, there, there. Lovely. Everyone, go back home. Yeah. Like, imagine if I had to build the housing here, and then statues to support some of that housing. This definitely needs walls there, and towers. Okay, gladiator thing is back. These are happy again. Caesar says... Pottery? Pottery I don't mind doing. The wine is never happening, though. You need to get over that, Caesar. We've actually started to run low on wine. We will briefly allow the wine import again. We can do the next pair of houses. You demand more prettiness. Can we squeeze a... No, we can squeeze a garden behind you, though. Still not enough. I don't really want to put a second one of these. Well, let's start doing the math. I said we needed to fit about 18 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. No, I need basically all of this space. So the water is going to have to divert even more. So that you can exist. There we go. We can have house there eventually. You claim it's ugly, which we fix by that. Yeah, I guess that's fine. The Emperor says thank you for the pottery. I suppose I could tame these so that I can get water up from this end. Actually do something useful with the, one of these. Done. Which then means this can be water. Why no native trade? What would you even want me giving them? I can't generate pottery near them. I suppose I could generate pottery near them on the little puddle. I don't want to do furniture. Because the furniture I want centralized and I want it near where my people are, not over here. If they went for weapons, that wouldn't be terrible. If they went for the marble, I'd not like them going for the marble. No, I don't feel like there's enough weapons, right? I need this for refilling my armies. I've only got one. I don't want them eating it so that I don't have the ability to replenish my armies. Okay. Legally, that is best. And technically, that one and that one may exist. We have enough wine, thank you. Turn that back off. We do need a little bit more pottery, it seems, so we'll up that by 1 and 2. Also, originally, I didn't want to open this area to the rest of the map. There were doggos here. As we saw, there was an attack point eventually. Keeping it locked in meant that I was safe for any attack that spawned there. You're slightly out of workers. Can erase that. And now that our ecosystem actually depends on it, we should change education to be top priority, so that even if we run out of workforce, this doesn't ever turn off. We're up to the next pair here. It's 22. How many is 22 people? 880, and we can support 1, 2, 3, 4... 5, 6... 6 times 2. No, we can support a lot more. We can shove even more of these here happily at the moment. Caesar wanted something. Weapons? He wants 20 weapons. Sure. I could almost do the wine that he wants. You know what? We're rich enough. We can afford your stupid wine. Here. I will allow it. Extravagance of extravagance. We're also earning enough tax money now that we have a decent amount of taxed patricians that we can probably stop fiddling with tax up and down, up and down, up and down, and just set it to a level where people don't get pissed off with me. So 14% is the correct amount. Yeah, that's okay. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. What is the limit of how many I can actually support with my food? It's probably 28 is the limit of what I can support with my food. Emperor says you didn't give me my wine and I hate you. I instead give him some sapphires. He gets over it. Oh, why did you all devolve, friends? Furniture. There's lots of furniture. You're crazy. Well, you can have a third lady then, maybe. No, we'll just let this not be 100% oil again, and that should solve that. Okay, the last one evolves. Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. We said we could support up to 3 more. 26. 27. $28. And that should literally be the limit of how much food that can support. New year equals new people aging out of the workforce, and we're dangerously close to... We've only got like 1 more year, maybe 2, of workforce aging out capacity before we run out of workers. Which is a little terrifying. So we need to expand this houses, which means I need this wall set up for my happiness. So... Then we need to give it towers. Then we need to briefly give it the barracks. Actually, not there. I'd prefer it there, because technically now this will keep that alive. And then once that's full, we do the same thing over here. And we start filling this in with more people. What's our ratio? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We definitely... I thought I did more than that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I suppose we ate some of them to become this one. So... like, 2 more of you need to become this. Good. This all starts being housing. That could happily be the temple. We're up to Ceres again. We will need a school nearby. We will need possibly to move these further around here now. Come on, you two, fill in, so I can go build the other wall. Thank you. You may die. We go build one over here. Hail, Partridgian. So... something like that. You will need a single thing for workforce. You will need to not explode. Barracks needs to come over here briefly. This will need a market. And then we kind of need to blow those up and move them into here. You are now too full of oil. You're super ugly, which is true. We'll give you some plaza. They say it's not enough. We give you a pair of small statues. They say it's still not enough. We give you another pair of small statues. We finally get you up to at least tent. So little. In fact, we might even change the weapons over to marble for a bit. These guys need plaza. You need a market. One's gonna try and go a really hideously long way for the second food type. Yeah, like a hideously, hideously long way. Can I move that over one? If I can move that over one, which I can, then this could become a second other kind of food storage. Done. And then this wouldn't have trouble getting the second type of food anymore. As if that religious facility doesn't get you. He 100% goes up? That's frustrating. But it is what it is. So we start migrating more of you round. Venus? Means we can delete that one. And if that is full, I feel safe moving those to behind them. Especially because in this case we can actually have a layer of defensive wall. Couple more houses, more people, more workers. The last tower is supplied, so you now need to come back over here. Which in theory should probably be there, and you should be here. Done. You want pottery, but that's because the market lady is still earning all her food. That's fine. You will want some prettiness here. That will do. We actually have some unemployment again. And these two are not the correct kind of thing. I guess I move you. And you. And we make an extra statue. Done. Caesar says send me huge amounts of marble when I don't even have enough marble to move my temples around so that I can fit in the extra population I need. Does anyone sell marble? Can that be our solution? Also, I have hoarded too much personal money. No, because the place that sold marble has now turned that off. They turned that off fairly early. So I'm screwed? Yeah, this definitely needs to be twice as long. Because you can literally only mine from 2 places. So you can only generate like 8 a year, which means 18 requires more than the 12 months that this wants. Which means we embrace not meeting that goal. And instead we just move our other ones around. So like you to here, let's just delete that one, you to here. So we have slightly more. Our new walls get a test. Worked out very well. You claim you don't have a hospital, which is true. We give you a doctor there. Then you're going to complain about no library. I'm willing to put that there and then delete that road. Then they're going to complain about possibly no bath. No, this bath is actually doing a really good job. You claim it's ugly. No, you're right next to a big statue. Well, we can get rid of that. We can also shove you here. Yeah, and now you say no barber. We can put a barber there. Hey, Ulmari. G'day, g'day. We can move one more of these around. Neptune. That barber needs a bit more time. We definitely want a taxman over here. My bathhouse would... No, I've got more than I really should. We've got 2 doing this, 1 doing this. This probably could be 1 in the middle if you optimized it right. And we did reposition them a bunch of times. That should be going to there. Hello? Oh, you think that you don't access the outside world. There you go. Now that one. You still claim it's ugly. I'm willing to put that there. And... that there. Which frees up this to be here. There. If you still claim that's ugly, then you've got issues. Yeah, now you say no oil. Which is reasonable. I've left the oil. You can have some oil acceptance for a little bit. You do not need oil acceptance. We move you around. We move you around. Soon TM. Three more, and then we can extend this a little bit. Where's my marble? He screams, and we say, you're never getting it. Not on your life. Give back money to the city. I'll just send you an oversized gift. Can we move you around? Nearly there. Come on, sell me your oil. There's a thing here just waiting for you to give the oil. Gib oil. Oh. Oh, you say no employees. Ah, we moved the road and you don't touch anything anymore. Okay. Fair. You accept the oil. You stop accepting anything and die. There we go. Now local oil, yes. Seriously, you're directly adjacent to two... It's okay. Once that goes away... In fact, let's kill it now. Screw getting the goods out of it. Put another one of those, and then it's super happy. Can we move you around? Yes. Can we move you around? Not yet. Soon TM.
Greetings.
You think it's ugly, which is fair because you're next to all these towers. We plop down another. We move you around. We're up to the last one that we need to move around. I don't like that that's so empty. But they are legally full of food. I suppose I've only got like 80 spare people capacity for food. So it does take it a long, long time to charge up. You... And now finally this may die. We do need a new spot for the academy. But I think we had space over here. If I rearrange these, yes. There. Okay, now these two can move further around. And you can. And then legally we can hopefully fit the last of the 1,300 people we need in here. Might be a bit of an ask. I think this one's going to have to move around to here. In fact, a lot of these services might have to move. You. Brisson? No, the library's probably about right there. But you... Please. Marble. Thank you. It's just 16 grand insulay. Yeah, we're getting there. You need a new statue. Now you need the markets to do the oil, but that should be fine. The oil here exists. Stop accepting it. That one now needs to accept oil again. We need to turn on the wine again. In fact, wine has fully run out, and that's my fault. Massive increase in population because these are now Grand Insulé again. Quickly! Quickly, donkeys! Come and give me wine before the end of year recalculation. You don't actually need oil. There's tons of oil right next to you. Okay, wine problem solved. Everything returns to as it should be. Next house. Looks like we've finally reached the limit of where the bath can actually go. So you need to exist. Whenever you're ready. We're getting really close, Maury. Maybe like 10 mins? Let me finish this. We're really quite close. Send another bribe. Briefly increase our pay. Sure thing. Thank you. Another one of these would be insane. They are having to go a long way for their food. There's no way they can claim it's ugly like that. We do need more pretend work again, in a way, so rather than not having an excess of pottery here, can I squeeze in one more pottery production? One more furniture production. Bake jobs. $900 more people. Turn this off. Send Caesar a bribe when I have to. The water simply isn't going to get any further. So... Caesar wants furniture. That one I am willing to do. We can turn off the wine. It's overflowing the warehouses. I might just cheese in the last 800 people at the last moment in the last year. That seems pretty plausible. Yeah, that seems pretty plausible. Got maybe 100 people coming in, so I'm going to need to squeeze in 700 magical people. I think I can get 700 people in 1 year before the year turns. So let's make some totally legitimate citizen lines of housing prepared. change the road so that we can make sure that you don't kill us. That's about right. So speed up, end of year, send Caesar bribe. Slow down. No, they're dealt with before the final legion even gets over here. You may all go home. Speed back up. Next year we will have enough peace. 1 month of high money, and we can afford to bribe Caesar. Speed up. Turn off the money. Wait for the end of year, check that we're not like running out of oil or something. You could actually use oil. You could use oil. Caesar says, send me wine. I'm willing to do that. That also means the wine import can turn back on. That's enough wine. The wine can turn back off. Slow down. Why are you devolving, friends? Pottery? There is pottery. Your issue is that this is too full of oil and not full of other stuff. Slow down. Give you a third market. You could also have another house there. Now he wants stupid amounts of oil. Slow down. The year starts. And we fill in with magical people. Go, go, go! Totally legal people. No! Our prosperity went down? The heck? The heck? No, undo. Why did prosperity go down? All of you need to not exist again. We need 1 more year. It was just a joke. We totally weren't in having these people join. Just a joke. It looks like we're actually having food issues now. Almost. That is no longer full. Give Caesar his stupid oil. Why have all of you changed? Because of oil. It's such a hassle when you can't make the goods locally and you have to keep turning on and off the bloody trade donkeys. You do accept the oil. The wine we don't need, that's right. Caesar says thank you for the oil. Speed up. Here. 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 You rat bastards. What did the water do to you? Yeah, you see, this... You asked before why not. This is why. This is why I didn't bloody well come over there and tame those. It would create another path for them. Okay, they're all gone. Back home. Can have the marble. Reconnect the water. Re-give the mission post first. I said re-give the mission post. And we're gonna fail because the donkeys won't give us the oil. They're not going to give the oil over here and this won't re-evolve. Yeah. There's no more oil to be sold. Maybe, just maybe if you try and go fetch the oil. So, there's another thing that you can fix. Up how much oil they're willing to sell you. If you're not going to let the player, make local oil, and you're going to have requests for oil, at least have a decent amount sold on the global market. Yeah, this is not fixing in 2 months. I don't think so. Failure! Well, that's it. So yeah, more farmland. Definitely more farmland. A little bit more space. Fix those first 2 attacks being too big. Fix the first weapons collapse being too big. Just start the weapons at size 15 instead of size 40 and then dying. Them starting at size 40 is misleading. It suggests that you should build a big weapons industry and then it instantly dies. You definitely want hospitals to prevent demographic collapse. And up the amount of oil that can be bought from the global market. Those are the final suggestions. If we hadn't have given Caesar that oil shipment, we probably actually would have been fine. I should have just bribed him instead. Anyway, let's get our trireme. And another attack. Womp womp. Or keep the olives. Getting rid of the olives is fine in terms of you're cutting off a source of making money, importing the olives, turning them into a secondary good and selling them. It is a huge hassle to have to micro moving the goods around when they're only an importable good. Like, you saw me constantly turning on, turning off, turning on, turning off the oil and wine to stop one warehouse getting overflown with it. If the olives stayed, it would mitigate that a lot, because then the only one that you would need to be being delivered directly would be the wine, and the other three you could be locally producing and distributing. So maybe keep the olives, but as long as they're only like 15 available. That way they can't make too much money on the olives. Or else collapse the price of the oil sales. Well, no, because you want the first player to be buying them. Jack up the price that olives cost you. There. Jack up the price that olives cost you so that it's not a good thing to import, transform it, and sell it. There you go. And with that, almost beaten map. I shouldn't have given Caesar that the oil delivery, otherwise we'd have been fine. We move over to senior detectives. I need... Yeah, you're welcome, Mr. Panda. We will briefly take the stream down to reset sync. Makes life better. So, senior detectives, the post, humus, yoink, start the game, investigation. Change our category. So yeah, taking the stream down for like 10 secs, and we'll be back up, and we'll be starting, assuming Mori is good and available, senior detectives, which I should hop in chat. Yoink, yoink, yoink. Done. Hello, Mori! So, nope.